Alright, I restarted the stream on YouTube. Or I restarted the entire stream, basically. If this happens again within a couple minutes, then today is not the day. But if it doesn't, we're just gonna go ahead. It looks stable on my end. What is the research between graphite and epic quality? Graphite and epic quality. Fish breeding. But that could be a good technology to research while we are rebuilding yellow signs or something. Wait, is Twitch down? Is everything up or no? Up, up. Alright, up on two sides. We're gonna go for it. Let's not waste time then. We might not have a lot. Right, so all that we did really is stop blue chips from getting trashed, because we don't really have the full Fulgora feel yet where we think it's okay to just trash blue chips. We're gonna have to do it eventually, but for now we saved them. We're gonna go back to Nauvis to rebuild the landing pad area, as currently we are not relying on any interplanetary science pack. So it's a good moment to go back. The question is, should I run back to my starter island? I don't think so, actually. We can just sneak in one of these rocket silos over here. We do have the extra armor on us though, so we got one silo over here as well. It is fairly fast, so let's just grab ourselves a stack of rocket ingredients. And we'll just make a rocket in there for ourselves. Alright, there we go. No productivity or nothing. It's fine. More speed. There's the first one. My bots go in there. I guess everything goes in there. And we can prepare one more for the next time, since we have that on us. Throw everything in the chests, except for armor and the rocket fuel. And then hope that I remember that my inventory is over there. Alright, second rocket ready. This one. We launch up to our ship. And then we can head out on the other rocket silo. This is eventually gonna be the rocket silo that brings the holmium plates to Aquilo. Holy moly, 1822 save files. Yeah. And the worst part is the file size is 141 megabytes and growing already. So that is a lot of megabytes. Alright, let's just sneak into this ship. And we are off of Fulgora. Only 1 hour, man, for these 400,000 science packs. Alright, so where are we going? I guess it's just Nauvis. And we'll worry about the spaceship for Fulgoran signs and the Glebin rocket parts later. Both of those are idle now. The Glebin ship is idle as well on Gleba. All of the science packs are going in these waiting chests where they spoil, and then straight back into the nuclear reactor that is making the science packs in the first place. So far so good. Vulcanus should be idle. And even space science should be idle. Except for we might be launching down some iron here and there. How is Nauvis doing with pollution? Oh, not very good. We are researching more levels of laser damage and whatnot. I'm not entirely sure if the laser zoos are still working. The pollution absorbers. I don't see any flickering anymore. Ah, I do. Okay, here this is what is supposed to be happening. It's supposed to be happening about all the time though. So we gotta investigate that as well. Maybe we need to... I was planning to wait recalibrating the biter zoos until I was done researching upgrades. But perhaps that is not to be. Right, we are arriving at Nauvis. Why is this one off? We might not need to carry that many fuel cells. But let's do switch that on. This ship should never get artillery from Vulcanus. Alright. For what are we gonna do? Rebuilding the landing pad area. That's the first order of business, I think. Trees are the best way? I don't think so. I think the biter zoos are way more efficient in terms of pollution per minute absorbed per effort you put in. What do you use to calculate your big bills? I have an Excel sheet with with all the numbers. So don't use any factory planner or whatever. I used to use Kirk McDonald's calculator, but it hasn't really been updated for Space Age, so now I'm just putting everything in Excel and hoping I'm doing it right, basically. That is what we're doing. Okay, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Where's my armor? In this giant list of things. Oh, there it is. Right, we are back on Nauvis. So I think the first thing we need to do is we need to stop. Let's just grab our inventory. And I'm sure that... Alright. They are getting sniped already. I'm sure the Johnnies will be very happy to see me. Alright, one of them is shooting at the bots, unfortunately, so that's not gonna go well. Let's abort. Abort. Yeah, there's a bit in one of the upcoming videos about this specific behavior. Right, now all of them are focused on me. All eyes on me. Come on. There's the repair packs. Man, there's a lot of repair work to be done on that silo. Okay, I think we did it. Everything is repaired again. That was the worst idea of the stream, to build the rocket silo under under the worms. Alright. What's the situation here? I think labs are okay. We're gonna keep this going. So what we need to do is we need to grab ourselves this thing over here. That's gonna fit on here like so. Which means this is in the way, but perhaps it's not. It is getting day. Let's delete the science ingredients. And I guess let's cut this. Let's cut this part as well. And then this part hopefully will be able to fit. Let's cut that as well. Delete all the landfill. And delete unmark everything. So, right, the entire queue is gone. How does this fit? Okay, that kinda does fit. We do need to get rid of... we do need to get these belts out of the way. They can temporarily maybe go under the base. The Glabber Science belt is in the way, but that's going to be a new belt anyway. So, yeah, I think we are ready. So this area is going to go. I think the first thing we need to do indeed is stop grabbing iron from space. Let's start that at the source, where we basically say to these inserters, we don't want those to work ever. Guess we can delete the filter. Alright. That means they will no longer be inserting iron ore. We'll send down all iron ore to the planet. Got another one of those. Alright. Then we gotta wait for this to empty out. We can do that a bit faster. We got... I think we have a blueprint to switch that to iron ore, which will no longer be needed after this. Okay, so what else is relying on this? We are sending down uranium fuel cells, I suppose. But we're not forcing them down, I think. Yeah, we're not forcing them down. So that can go as well. Johnny's red light district. How's the quality now? I think it's more stable, right? Where's the bingo link? Right, that got disappeared. It got disappeared. That sounds like one of those new euphemisms for unaliving and stuff. Right. So we just gotta start ripping it apart, I suppose. The iron ore is already almost gone. We can delete that request, that's for sure. We need a temporary area to set up those 4 chests of calcite. Those are gonna be the calcite lifeline for a while. Alright, it appears we actually ate some calcite from there at some point. Just a little. We're gonna have more calcite in here. Let's stop requesting calcite as well. That puts us on a timer now. But it's a generous timer, I think. There's a lot of calcite, 30k. Alright, that's almost out of there now. Alright, that's all the calcite out of there. That's gonna be, I guess, temporary, so let's light it up. Because only temporary builds are allowed to have lights. Alright. Okay, we can see 44k calcite. We are using 22k an hour, apparently. So that gives us 2 hours to do the rebuild. That should be easy enough. No more calcite, no more iron ore. I think we should stop requesting everything for the moment. So we can empty this out without new stuff being sent down. I may have effed up already with purple signs when I grabbed all of that out of there accidentally. Right, so be it. We're gonna have to stash some stuff in temporary chests as well, I suppose. Purple signs, these buffers will have to move as well, I suppose. Space signs. And orange signs, and the entire area is empty. Alright, that's less chests than I thought it would be. Alright. This steel belt, technically it only goes to the storage area, but we have more than enough. And we are just like making steel chests out of it anyway. And then trashing them again, and I've got like... I got enough of that quality stuff. So let's stop that. That means this entire belt can go. The return belt isn't doing anything anymore anyway. There is no more copper cable we are feeding out, so this highway is going to disappear. How did this happen though? There's no way you got that range. Anyway, let's grab the inventory. And stop being so fast. Alright. That must have been something else. Alright, so... space science belt is in the way as well. The Johnnies might be able to reach me here. I think I should save here. Start tearing up landing pad area. Right, no reaction from the Johnnies. That might change once we delete this highway down here. Okay, no shots fired. It's good that the Johnnies like logistics bots, because that could have been bad. Okay, I think we also should take the concrete. Okay, not too bad. Right, the Gleben science belt. That is gonna get ripped apart as well. Do we power crucial things through here? I think this is an extra power connection, so we can afford to delete all of that. Let me just put all my beacons and modules in a chest. That should clear things up a little. And then some other random garbage we are picking up here and there. This thing we should no longer need. It was a copy. Okay. I think this build, that was for the bot rockets, that can go. I think we can also take this entire construction bot network. 2000 bots in there. That might be a crucial power line. Maybe we should connect something up there. Hello. Alright, so now that power connects there, which means we can cut this and everything should be alright. Don't you think? I think I'm just gonna grab these myself. Then we're gonna have to do another lovely batch of stuff in picking apart that science buffer over there. This one. Oh, that might take a little bit longer. Let's not bring it too far. And we got orange science packs in there as well. Okay, we can fill that buffer up again in due time. It doesn't really, it's all temporary chests, so let's not try to organize that too much. We need some more. $1,000 times handling cost. Alright, sure. I don't see any more chests which have stuff now, so... I think we're ready to rip this place apart. Are we allowed to break this power connection? I think so. This goes around like such. We do have a copper and iron line going through here for the moment. We are definitely not allowed to break that. It's a little bit precision task. These are the science belts going out for now. We might need to reconnect those, but later. All of that. All of this. Then there's this weird pump contraption. And this was the old belt which did the calcite. We do have calcite still, so we should be alright. That is basically what we are gonna deconstruct. So I guess let's go for it. See how the Johnnies react. Why aren't the worms attacking? They like logistics bots, they are best friends forever. But they don't like deconstruction bots. So it's a personal vendetta. Yeah, we're no longer doing that energyless bot charging stuff. That is behind us now. We got fission reactors which obsoletes that method. Alright. Our biggest task to do now is redirecting these belts, as those are in the way. The robots are gonna need to be built there. Are the pipes in the way as well? The pipes are in the way as well. So we're gonna have to grab some of those. All right. I got some pipes. Alright, so this is all gonna go anyway, so we don't really need to make it look nice anymore. So Let's just move this slightly out of the way. And then we'll call it good. Alright, we don't need to be down there anymore, so... I guess that can connect like such then. Those connecting lines are pretty nice actually to see if everything is still connected. Alright, that is one of them. Now we need iron. I think I'm better off doing this. And iron can go over here. For now we connect it still. All temporary, all temporary, all temporary. You are allowed to make ugly corners. Just get rid of it. Alright, I think nothing broke. And it's just a matter of getting these bells out of the way. Where are they going anyway? They are going back up here to green chips and stuff. Oh, that is slightly annoying, I suppose. We could do some temporary green belt weaving, I think. Temporary, temporary, temporary. This belt goes down. This belt goes down. Do I do anything here? No, not really. Just have an output priority on the right belt. Because that one meets up with one of the copper cable belts. So I just need to go somewhere over here, come down, and something like that. These are fine. It is just these bells, so we can actually do something like that. We do have green bells. Do we make that? Yes, but also no, but yes. That could be actually 4 bells. Temporary, 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 temporary. Alright, that does not work. So. Temporary, temporary, temporary. Temporary, temporary, temporary. Alright, that's 4. The 5th belt is meeting up with iron right here. Temporary, temporary, temporary. Oh wait, that needs to keep going, I suppose. Temporary, temporary. 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 Okay, so I don't need to move that iron then. I do need to move this iron. But not this one. That one is already done. And this one can only go straight down. No, temporarily. I suppose we need to switch sides so it's symmetric again. Whoop-de-doo. Alright, and then the other 4 bells. Just need to come from over here. I do need to make sure I keep that one thing in my copy queue list. Let's put it on the water. Where is it coming? It's coming from over here. One of them is not connected. Alright. So now we got a 6 white belt coming there. This one is still going. And we just need to connect that back to here with iron on the outside. Iron is on the inside. So we don't need to do this. Temporary, 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 temporary is all temporary. Alright, now we just need to take this down far enough. I guess we need to set some... let's not set priorities on there, it's fine. There's rerouting. Temporary things. Nothing more permanent than a temporary solution. It's not gonna apply to this situation. I hope. I don't have enough red belts to complete this. Ooh, I need to keep this belt flowing or I'll dip in the science. So that means... we need this. I'm just gonna manually grab some more belts because I don't want to mess with anything else in the inventory right now. Bitrate is revolting. Oh yeah, I see. Are we still up? It does seem so. It's effing from time to time. Okay, some of the eventual ingredients for science are already being belted over here now. Alright. And we just need to stop stuff from going this way. And then we can simply override this once that's gone. I hope these stream problems are also going to be a temporary thing. I'm just waiting for the belts to run out a little. The last iron belt is going too slow. Oh, the that isn't Johnny range though. Oh, they're gonna have a field day. Okay, we're gonna have a slight dip in yellow science production, but that is not what we are worried about anyway. I am worried about these Johnnies. Well, the Johnnies are not too much on point today. They got one shot off and they missed everything. So good for us. Let's rip this apart. Alright. Temporary. Is it still working? Yeah, looks like it is still working. Yeah, appears to be alright. Green chips are flowing back into red chips over here. There's my big beautiful build. Okay, so there's a tree in the way here. And some more pipes over here. The heavy oil pipeline is in the way. This is... Now you know I will rebuild this eventually, because it's starting to look so incredibly horrible. I think I'm going to have to belt pipe weave here. Okay, disconnected still. Is now everything out of the way? Are you kidding me? This one corner? We do need that though. It's a roboport, so technically let's keep that. I think the only thing that's in the way now are a couple of these. It's a little bit of a weird shape. There's gonna be some belting shenanigans going on through that area there. I think I can now place it without shift clicking if that one roboport was not there. So yet again, let's copy paste it without it in the queue. Okay, moment of truth. Pasting the new build. Alright, looks like connection is now stable again, at least. It was rough for a bit, yeah. We're going to be missing a lot of those cargo bays, but that's fine. We're mainly interested in this area over here, so let's zoom there. We're going to be missing a lot of stuff. Long-handed inserter is in the way. Where then? Where is a long-handed inserter in the way? I'm gonna bet that's over here. Okay, one more time. Alright, I managed to place it without shift clicking. That's a good sign that I am not accidentally breaking anything. Alright, we're not even missing too many things. 65 infinity chests, of course we don't have those. But those at least have a filter, so I know what the requester's chests will need to request later on. For medium size, cryogenic signs, etc. So we're gonna have 8 chests per type. These might not be set up correctly, but these are. Alright, energy accumulator, yes. Loader? Where the heck do I have a loader? Alright, that is military science, I suppose. The military science belt should go in here. And it does come up from straight below here somewhere. That is why that belt goes there. So that is gonna look like that, instead of going to the right. We're gonna need to find some ways to get the sciences through though, because... yeah. Okay, we need 10 rare roboports and a bunch of cargo bays. 62 of them. Let's go grab those first. 62 cargo bays. I don't have those, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we got 4. So we need 58. That is something we want to make with quality. Which sucks because, yeah, my quality modules are locked up doing steel chest shenanigans. So we're gonna have to manually grab some. I thought I was gonna be using that area. I honestly was. Do my building stuff. Really? Who ordered these upgrades to Mark 1 productivity modules? I guess I did, but oh well. Oh god, yeah, there's That's gonna be horrible. We need to set it up with chests because it's quality stuff. Cargo base. Sure, we're gonna need more so we can overbuild them a bit. Although for space we probably want better ones. For Nauvis though, we can just build more, so... yeah, not grab those. You cannot build cargo base in something more efficient, apparently, so we are good. Look, almost automation. Almost. Okay, so what do we need? Steel, low density structures, processing units. 2,000 of them if I make 100. That seems like a good amount. And that seems like we want to do this then. If we want to make 100. We should have plenty of low densities in stock right now. $2K blue chips. It was not 2K blue chips, but let's just grab some more anyway. And a bunch of steel. Just checking how much we have in here. Not too many. Alright. That is new cargo base. Yeah, it's only 5 blue chips. Alright. Then for the 10 rare roboports, we are missing. Those are pretty expensive, I don't want to overproduce those. 450 of each. Alright. We'll sort it out. One more set of low densities in there. And that should be 100 of them. Alright. Ten roboports. 100 cargo bays. And the rest was infinity chest, so we've got all that we need. We're gonna get some more Johnny shots, I suppose. I don't have my repair packs on me this time, so that is good. Oh yeah. One bot died there. We're gonna have some more repairs, I suppose. Oh well. Now all we're missing is Repair packs, alright. 65 infinity chests, so those are gonna be requester chests, I suppose. Either that or buffer chests. I think we used buffer chests actually. That means the stuff is still being counted towards the network. So maybe I just want to leave something like this up temporarily. We're gonna maybe use it again for like blue signs or something. Okay, that should get auto-sorted. I think it will. Oh, now I do have my repair packs on me again. Shoot me, Johnnies, come on. Focus on me. Okay, stuff is getting repaired up there. Alright, no bodies flying out anymore. Okay, so we're safe. It might be good to research like one red-green technology in the middle of this, as those are not dependent on any of these bells being fed out. Just so we don't break the science graph. Which one should it be though? "17 minutes to that one. Maybe just the energy shield. That, I mean, it's a little bit late. I mean, what else? What else is there? Fluid wagon. Are we gonna need those on Aquilo? Are we gonna need fluid wagon? Trains, our trains, they don't freeze, right? On Aquilo. Those might come in handy. Because remember, it was a pain in the behind to get a more distant fluid stuff thing connected on Aquilo and the new player experience. Trains don't freeze. There, we got it. I think that is the missing one then. 200k doesn't give us too much time, but it should be enough time to not fumble the science graph. "5 hours and counting. 5904 science per minute, exactly 1800 science packs that we are producing. Insert a fluid wagon for Aquilo and continuity. Fluid wagons, alright, people said fluid wagons, so I'm gonna go with that then. That sounds like a good plan. Okay. So we need to wait for this to complete. We can set up these requester chests over here. Buffer chests. We're gonna make buffers out of those. Unfortunately, I cannot copy paste the recipe. But these are gonna be the EM packs. Let's go for full, I suppose. Alright, these are gonna be the orange ones. We already have those. I suppose we'll set up these as well. Why is this so weirdly... Okay, no, wait, it is designed as is, because we need to combine 2 red bells onto 1 green bell, which means I do want all cryogenic science packs on the same side of the belt, and all promethium science packs on the same side of the belt, because they're going to be merged into this green belt, and then they're going to be unsplit over here, and rebalanced onto red bells. It is pretty weird. Well, that should be 8,000. Aquilo signs. And then these should be 8,000 Prometheum signs if we ever build those. But hey, at least we are ready. I'm not sure how many bots we're gonna need. We got 2,000 at the moment. We might need more. But those already could go back in there. Alright, and those networks are now connected, so... I guess that's a temporary issue. Let's just add the bots then to the network. Eventually this should be an independent network. We're now only using the bots to extract quality items from all the chests. So that is just gonna disappear entirely. Alright. That means I can let the bots do this. But I'm not going to. Because I don't have the size chest, so I need to rebalance those anyway. Which means we might as well throw these back in here. Hold that. Stop zooming. I've got a weird bug in the mouse where if I hold middle click and it was zooming, it just keeps zooming. Do I want this to go on the belt already? I think we don't really have options. We will need to put that on the belt. What is this for? I think that's old. I think we no longer need that. We've got that coming out here. So that can probably just go. Right, we don't have a choice. It's gonna go on the belt unless I disconnect power. Let's just see it all happen then. We'll throw some yellows or some of every signs back in there. We've got space signs. What else? Oh, just Glaben signs. Alright, so that's not too much. How's it going here? Okay, we have eaten through like 4 entire chests already and more. Let's grab that as well then. Some calcite. All of that is being handled by inserters. Space signs, purple signs, calcite and Glaben signs, because here we can do spoiled first priority. Whereas with the buffer chest it's a bunch more difficult. So, sure, I suppose. Let's grab some oranges as well, so we can throw those on in the chests up there. And that's about everything we've got in terms of imported signs then. I guess we'll start here. That's a very short belt, so that's not going to be too scenic. Alright, so that's a full belt, theoretically. We could upgrade that so that we are sure that there's always back pressure. I think we are gonna do that. We have enough signs to fill that completely though. The fun part is this one. Now we're gonna see a little bit of how it all works. So now I can input my entire inventory in there. Guess we will stand here. It's a little bit of a spaghetti puzzle with some missing cargo bays here and there. But there we go, the calcite goes out here. Space signs and purple signs come out here. This is the Gleben science belt because it's green. Doesn't need to be green, it can be blue, but whatever. Military science should connect to here, but only after this completes. I want this to complete so we can rebalance the laser zoos after that. We'll have to do it again after the next shooting speed and damage upgrades, but such is life. Alright. I'm not gonna task the bots to make all those flights and like start messing up other parts of the base, like science related parts. Only I could remember which chest I was at still. Alright, those are all full. Like I said, we already had 16 chests before. Let's do that so I can see what is full and what not. We're gonna have too many. Or do we? Alright, apparently not. I guess that's alright. Let's put more calcite in there. We'll connect the calcite belt as well. I don't think we've got anything specific set up for that, so that will have to change with the Endgame base design, I suppose. For now, it just comes out straight and will we'll have it flow next to here, I suppose. Oh, it needs to go down here. And apparently for now it can still be a yellow belt, but I suppose I'm not sure if it can stay yellow once. It kinda has to stay yellow. Now it's two yellows, I think. Health weaving. Alright. That means calcite can go back in the silo. $27K. And gone is the temporary setup. Damage 4 close to being complete. We got this. I suppose those could be the fuel cells instead, which we'll eventually need to reprocess. So let's throw that in there. I will put these then in the hub. We are requesting those. We're gonna need a new... I guess we can request a stack. That should automatically get sent in here. All of them, alright. And I suppose... we do want a backup stash of calcite. Like we had before. So we can restart the planet if it ever goes wrong. Let's put that in there. Without any requests for now, that is just a personal safety. So we have 15k calcite left. The purple signs and space signs still need to be brought over. How is it looking? Okay, we have plenty of inventory space left. 3,200 inventory slots, we used 400. Purple signs though is no longer going to have a buffer chest, so this is gonna become the buffer chest. So we want... I guess we want purple signs to be much more present in here than it previously was. Which is, I suppose, why I expanded that zone over there. Let's see how many purple science packs end up in there. There's a lot of them. But yeah, since we only get 3 science packs in here, so we can afford to do something. We are only requesting 8k in here. So I shouldn't overfill these. The rest should be done by the bots. And then I got 16 times 8k as a buffer, so I should probably have the same for purple signs, but in the silo. So those I'll drop in here. And then we've got 20k in here. So the buffer chests contain 8,000 science packs times 16. 128k. If we have 20k in here, that's a total buffer of 148k. So I guess technically we should do this to have an equal amount of purple signs buffer. Or I just need to lower the buffer amounts on these. Not really sure I want to do that. It also means I don't need any space science buffer. Though space science is the most reliably produced science pack, and it's produced straight above Nauvis. So that is just going to be like almost like on the planet. We just send it down and it appears. There's no spaceships, no. This is just like continuous flow. So we don't need any space science buffer ever, basically. So I'm gonna say that the 10k is still good. Gleba we also don't really want to stash up because we can't. So purple science is going to be the only one which is going to be over budget. Let's do this then. Spoilage is forced out. Bioflux, we don't bring that in anymore. Let's just delete that. We're basically forcing out spoilage and fuel cells, which means I'm gonna need some chests of fuel cells. Laser damage 6 is in. Holy moly. Now the biter zoos are definitely not gonna work anymore. I need to do something about that. The pollution is growing scarily now. With the biter zoos not doing much. Can I actually see that? Yeah, this is the consumption of the biter spawners from the pollution zoos. They stopped working at some point, or at least they stopped working as well, and we stopped absorbing as much pollution with those laser zoos. So we do need to rebalance that. The problem is probably going to get worse now that laser damage 6 is in. I guess green science was back. This is half an hour. Okay, we need to hurry up. Half an hour to get that research. Holy moly. I think we can start requesting again. 30 min to reconnect all sciences. Okay, the first thing I want to do is connect military science up here. We're going to stop feeding it out on this belt now. And start feeding it out on that belt. This we have to bring back into the military science buffer chests below eventually. I do apologize, this episode is pretty chaotic. We need to start requesting calcite again. We'll keep that at the old level, 30k. Missing 5 buffer chests. And a little bit more buffer in here. Alright, so we definitely have to switch this back on. That's going to bring us a lot of calcite, I'm pretty sure. Or not. Are both spaceships literally flying right now? They both are flying right now. I think it should still arrive in time though. This thing is full of calcite still. They're just on a 10-minute timer as well. $4.6k. Alright, military science has arrived. Eleven science, calcite. This is done. Now we just need to find temporary connections for all those science packs. And I guess the first one we're gonna do is... yeah, these are the 2 old science packs, so... or the 2 future science packs. So we're gonna do this. That is the Gleben science reconnected. We had purple signs and orange signs going around here, so I suppose we'll bring that back as well. What is this even doing? This is just backing up now. Alright, I suppose that's fine. Now this is EM signs. That one is not yet connected anywhere, but this one temporarily goes out here. Purple signs needs to go there as well. So I guess this one temporarily goes out here. And then purple signs temporarily goes out here. until we eventually arrive back at these belts. And we gotta do a switcheroo. Okay, I missed the delivery of calcite. And I think we're just gonna fly. So we can also get this calcite delivered. We had a lapse in calcite transport, so we'll skip the 10 minutes. Iron to foundries is broken. Oh, I see. Yeah, indeed. This entire contraption can go. And instead we need to just use the belts we are getting from the mines. Thanks, I forgot about that. Are the pipes empty though? The pipes are still full, so for the moment we did not lose anything. 27 minutes, I think we're gonna make that. We do still need to collect space signs and military signs. I think we can temporarily bring those back to the right, perhaps. Of course, we need a first belt weaver to get out of there. I'm not gonna send the bots in there, the Johnnies are gonna have a field day again. Temporary, temporary, temporary. All of this is just temporary. And we don't even need to do a cursed switcheroo over here. That is going to be fine as is. Alright, so those are connected again. I think everything is connected again then. Right? I guess let's tap into... No, that doesn't really make any sense because it's only military signs which will flow then. So... which one does test that? I guess only Aquilo. Let's not test it. It's gonna be fine. Who needs to test anything in Factorio anyway? Let's check. We got space signs connected with military signs. We got purple signs connected with EM signs. Glitter signs is the special belt, which already was going through here. And EM signs is not connected yet. But we'll only need that pretty much after we rebuild yellow signs anyway, so we don't need any temporary solution. Because Aquilo is the first tech that is going to use EM signs, and that needs the full yellow signs per minute build, so we don't really need to connect this just yet. Let's just put an end cap on it. Alright, I think it's the highest time then to take a look. How much do we still have of this? We're making a good amount. 104k? 104k times 2 for the biolabs times 1.64 for productivity modules is 341k. 450 this costs. But we have a decent live production, it seems. 600 to 900 SPM. So we definitely can research laser shooting speed 7 still. Not laser weapons damage though. That is not gonna do it. I think after that we are back into Aquilo line. Sorry, Fast Inserter. One day will be completed. 89% done. So close yet so far away. That's barely a million science packs before we have to get yellow science up and running. How is Aquila doing anyway? I'm gonna save. Aquilo, how is Fulgora doing? It should be idle by now. It is idle. This should be empty. It is. Okay, the low density chests are full. All the chests are full. I exactly did not recycle any low density structures, it seems. And this should be the case, so this is now not backed up. We tested this starting from being backed up in blue chips and low densities. It did not suffice, but it's never going to be that way. It's always going to be empty. And holmium is the thing that is backed up all the way back. Or is it? Oh well, that's gonna be fun. Perhaps it's not gonna work like that. We'll see how that goes then. I forgot to request spoilage over here. In case Glabin sign spoils in here. Alright, we got back to 30k calcite. Now this ship it will take a while to get that back. So we only got one silo launching calcite on Vulcanus. The original one. In the middle of the carbon disaster. Mark 1 modules, man, those were the days. Okay, we got all the science packs in sufficient quantities. I think, yeah, we gotta look at those. We gotta look at those biter zoos before pollution suddenly is no longer stoppable. That could be horrible. To die to massive attacks right now. Okay, I have not been too impatient. I got 8 stacks and 20. So this is exactly balanced still. Alright, many temporary elements in this base. Let's put a spoilage in here. And that should get brought over to these. By some logistic bots. Alright, so that's working as well. I think we should also request the EM science pack, and since we are requesting those to these chests. We don't need a large buffer of those. Let's just complete it for all science packs. 22,000 apparently is the number. And we request 22,000 Aquilo signs and 22,000 Prometheum signs. One has to look in the future. That is the entire function of the cargo landing pad complete, I think. Hopefully it's gonna work well enough with the mixed bot network, but we'll see how that goes. All of these chests are empty. Let's get rid of them. And I think normality has been restored without science missing a beat, which was what we were after. So success, I think. Cargo landing area rebuilt. Successfully. Tree planting. No, we're gonna not do tree planting. I think that's gonna count like building stuff outside of my base if I build agricultural towers there, and that means the expansion chunks are gonna suffer, etc, etc. We want to keep those things nice and green so they can blink without the biters actually settling one of those locations. Like over here. That expansion is not gonna happen. What we are gonna do though is let's go to the area where there are two over here. We need to do something about those biter zoos for sure. Alright. So here's the trick. We need, I can do this without this information, but to make it visual, let's do that. You can just look at the map if it starts absorbing pollution again, but you need the debug info and tooltips basically shows the spawning cooldown on the nest. So how many ticks, 1000 ticks, 900 ticks, 800 ticks, and so on. So you can predict when the next biter will spawn. You can also see pollution absorbed. It's at 1216. It stops at 1200 for biter bases in the behemoth era. And once a biter spawns, the pollution absorbed stays at 1216, which is bad. We don't want that. That pollution should go down. It should spend the pollution which it costs to spawn the biters. And to do that, we need to kill them slower, basically. That is the gist of it. We can also show the unit info. So once a biter spawns, we see it is connected to the nest. With the yellow line. That line has to break, and what we want is we want a circle to form and the biter trying to join that circle. That means it's joining an attack group, and that is the moment the biter base spends the absorbed pollution, and then it can absorb pollution again. So that is what we're going to be trying to fine-tune right now. Here there are two turrets shooting big biters, which is too fast, as the line does not break. And neither does it for the behemoth. So I suppose we'll have only... We'll delete that. Just like over here. I guess we should... I've been cheating, looks like. No defensive turrets, we only want to shoot the biters. I guess the small ones will keep added in there. There are no more small biters. No, that's a defensive turret as well. We want this. One skips the... Basically we want one which targets everything, and then the rest targeting only behemoths. But we need less in total. How much less? I don't know. Let's do this and see what happens. Okay, spawning cooldown 10 seconds or so. Hopefully we'll see some... Let's slow down time. I'll slow down time, half speed. Maybe we can see the changed behavior. There we go. Alright, nothing changed for the big biter. I cannot shoot with fewer than a single laser turret though. So it looks like the big biter won't help anymore. Or not all the time at least. Come on, break the line, break the line. Okay, there we go. The yellow line broke and the blue line started pointing towards a different area on the map. That's what we want. Now we see pollution absorbed was temporarily down from 1216. Come on, break the line, break the line. Okay, that is what we want. And now we have absorbed only 800 pollution. And it's absorbing pollution from the map again. It is pretty sick out here right now, so it's probably gonna be... Okay, there we see some blinking. But it will pretty soon fill up again. Okay, so that is what we want. 400 ticks. I'll try to slow down again upon spawning. Alright. Yeah, that behavior, that is what we want. Okay, so it happened sometimes for the big biter. Like I said, I cannot shoot with fewer than a single turret. So... Yeah, okay, so we killed the behemoth biter too fast over there. So we have too many turrets still. Oh, I hope that did not mess anything up. I went to Windows screen. I think the lasers shoot with light speed, so it doesn't really matter how far back it is. Maybe if it's just outside of the spawn range, well, that could work. But then I would have to seriously rebuild the entire thing. Not really sure I want to do that. Okay, we get another spawn right now. Okay, we did get it though. Looks like we do get them most of the time. Okay, the mediums are never gonna join, that is for sure. We're gonna get a lot more damage now though. Alright, we did get the circle. Well, we have another shooting speed and another damage level in the queue later on. So probably the big biters we're gonna lose, but the behemoths are gonna stay. Those do the majority of the lifting. Despite their slower spawn rate. I guess 6 turrets it is. So now we just have to copy that onto all of them. Grab the turrets that are no longer needed. Let's zoom out so we can see it. This one spawns first. Connect. Okay, so it's a medium one. They will spawn at the same time now. Another medium one, so don't do anything. Behemoth and big. Alright. Behemoth is trying to join. Big did not join. They need about a second or so. I'm gonna say it's good enough like that. Okay, this one did try to join. And we definitely see the absorbing going on the map again. This biter base is one chunk higher. Let's get a behemoth to spawn over here. I don't know how to do that. We'll just wait and get lucky, I suppose. 3 and 8. At least if it's not a behemoth, the cooldown is fairly short. Okay, we got the behemoth. Join, join, join. Come on, join. Okay, they both try to join the same attack group. So that's like 800 pollution, which is gonna be absorbed now. So if we look at the map view, yeah, we see both chunks are now sucking up pollution again. So we just need to do that for the other 8 nests around the base. And hopefully then we'll be sucking up most of that biolab pollution again. Probably shouldn't have waited that long to do it. I probably should have saved before rebalancing biter zoos. That is going to be the trick. Do we immediately restock repair packs? I don't think so. We've got plenty left. So let's forget about that and die a horrible death at some point later on, I suppose. Do I remember where all of them are? I don't trust myself. There's one over here. That's the first one. One up here. 2. 3, 4. 5 and 6. One is hidden in here. 7. And 8. That's over here. Okay, that's all of them. So now we just need to follow the arrows. That was the wrong order apparently. I deleted 0, 0. Fine. Apply the new filters without the cheaty spitter shooting. That should not be the case. Right. That's alright as well. Okay, we do get the circles now, even for the big biters. I'm happy. This is gonna work out. Let's hope I didn't forget to do anything in the fluid wagon research period. Guess we can switch off the debug info. We did explore everything which needed to be explored. Alright, I'll just keep the running armor on and let the local bots do it because I'm messing up all the time. Not so hard, I just need to hold it and immediately switch it when I arrive. Four more. 2 of them together down here. Still, for some reason, the local bots want to snag them. I've literally got like 100 bots and 200 bots in my armor waiting to grab the laser turrets, but I don't get to do it. Tree seeding is research. It costs like 50k. It's really cheap. I don't agree that's the best way though. I think the biters are a lot more powerful and fun. Maybe not better for UPS, but we don't care about that just yet. I don't think we need to care about that for the rest of this playthrough, really. We got a lot of cleanup work to do, man. All those rare big mining drills just laying around idly. But at some point we'll have time for that. But it is not yet this point. Let's check if calcite stuff is looking normal again. We are loading calcite on this ship as well now. This one is around Nauvis. It's slowly dropping calcite again, so no longer bulk dropping. Okay, that does not reset the timer. The ships are slightly out of sync now. Alright, so Biter Zoo is rebalanced. We should see the holes popping up on the map again. And that will slowly start to suck in and prevent the pollution from spreading outwards again. So our pollution cloud, it might grow a little bit more due to the momentum it has, but it should stop growing pretty soon. But this is how it's supposed to be looking. Wait, why is... Okay, we are already just sucking the pollution out of these chunks. It's not spreading back to these chunks as much anymore. Pollution values, 94. So yeah, it's spreading around here. 93.9, 93.8, 93.7. So it slowly is getting reduced. As well as from the front here, that goes a lot faster. Alright, that's gonna work out fine. Biter Zoo is done. What's next? That's a good question. I don't know what's next. I think the next thing to do is building a spaceship, really. A spaceship which does the transport for Gleba. Sorry, for Fulgora, the science packs. Picks up the rocket parts. Is that just going to be another copy of the... No, it's got to be a copy of the Bringer of Independence again. Except this is not really the decorative belt stuff which I got over here. I put steel on it to have something on it. It's not really working out well, so I'm probably going to get rid of it and replace it by cargo base, believe it or not. The intended way. Because I want a lot of space on board for science packs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You also could like make a normal design or something. It cannot be one of the laser steps, even though they have tons of storage. Because they have to fly deep into the solar system where the sun shines not so bright. Can they though? Let's go in editor mode. I want to know. We don't need to go in editor mode. What am I doing? Just need to send one of these ships to Fulgora, I suppose. Okay, go to Nauvis. And the real thing is gonna fly to Gleba first and then to Fulgora. Gleba is just gonna drop rocket parts and it's immediately gonna fly to Fulgora. There it's gonna wait a long time to get all the science specs. So we'll just do time past a while. On Nauvis, it is going to drop the science packs and potentially fly off immediately again. So let's send it to Gleba. We've got a lot of damage upgrades now. The damage upgrades are free power basically. So 66 damage we do now instead of 20. So that's over 3 times as much damage as unupgraded laser turrets do. Which means they spend 3 times less power per shot. Not per second though, because we've got plenty of shooting speed upgrades as well. So we'll have to see how that actually goes. So what do I want to see? I want to see the accumulator charge. It could go a bit slower. I don't know how is this speed controlled? Is this speed controlled in a kind of normal way? I think it is. We are just having a set speed on there. We don't need to hurry up to fly through the solar system so much, I don't think. So let's first go down to 50. Nah, let's not do that. We want to see if it breaks. That is what we want to see. And Gleba is the forgiving planet, I think. So this is provided by the solar panels. The solar panels, of course, are going to lose power the further we go into the galaxy. And then we're going to rely on accumulators. Will the Aquilo ship be laser only too? The goal is yes. If really my goal is I want to go to the solar system edge with only lasers, man. I'm not sure if that's possible though. That might be hard to ask. So did I not switch these lasers off on the side of the ship once we were... Okay, when the accumulators get low, the side lasers get disabled. I suppose that is fine. Not the best strategy, but it's a strategy. So far, we are getting around Gleba. What is the average? 60 megawatts or so, apparently, of shooting. So as long as we produce more than 60 megawatts, the accumulators should not really go down. And we are still producing, I think we produce more than 60 megawatts around Gleba orbit at least. Fulgora though, that is going to be tougher. Gleba has solar power in space. I don't see it. 200%, Fulgora has 120. I don't think Fulgora has enough enough power to stay above 60 megawatts then. But we might have enough accumulator power on board to bridge that gap. We can upgrade to rare accumulators as well, and we can even sacrifice a bit more of these cargo bays. We don't need that many to go to Fulgora. This was unsinkable in the early game, flying to Fulgora, especially at this speed. Alright, we are 12 megawatts above the minimum. Yeah, let's try speeding it up. Okay, 2 times speed. Despite everything we built so far at scale, 2 times speed still not a problem, so I don't think UPS is going to be an issue. At least not for real time. Okay. We are at the 60 megawatt threshold. We are slowing down. Is this the point where we no longer sustainably can produce the power? The side lasers have turned off though. Okay, somehow we got there anyway. Let's immediately fly further. Let's fly back through Glabba, and we'll have this all in the background. I'll be out for a minute or two. It does appear we're good though. I'll be right back. Alright. I think we can, contrary to what I thought, it does appear to be possible to use the laser slab to do the inner solar system shenanigans now. Shooting speed is not gonna matter, it's gonna shoot faster, but that's about it. I guess at some point these will switch on again. Let's reverse back to Fulgora. In orbit around Fulgora we should be fine, because asteroid spawns will be down. If I just go a little bit slower, we are guaranteed to be good with power draw, I'm pretty sure. Hey, there was an issue. I think there's an issue. If we don't have enough power, that might override the circuit conditions on the pump, and they might pump anyway. So let's take a closer look at that. It says disabled by control behavior. It's a bit hard to tell. But I think if they animate, if they don't receive power, they don't pump at all, right? So they won't let fluid through if there is no power. That kinda makes sense. Alright, we can do a laser slab. That solves the storage problems for sure. Alright, do we build a laser slab then? I think the Aquilo ship is going to have to be an adaptation for sure. I think the Aquilo ship is going to require nuclear power for sure. I mean, solar power around Aquilo is non-existent. So that is not gonna fly. Thanks for the 100 bits, by the way, I didn't see that. The only difference is basically, this is nuclear power, the laser slab is solar powered. And this has the belt thing on the back. So what we're doing now is basically, am I too lazy to... I'm already spending so much time to... Let's test if the laser slab can do it, blah blah. Because I'm too lazy to remove this part from the spaceship. I don't know. It's a little bit dumb. It would probably make sense to not add too many ships which rely on nuclear power though. So let's go with the laser slab. Then we have three different ships flying in the inner solar system. You have the McZiptai bringing the nuclear fuel. I guess technically that could also be done by the new ship then. But I think we're gonna leave the McZiptai up to that task. Then we have the fast ship to do the Gleben science halls. That needs to be fast, so we'll keep that going fast. And then we'll have a laser slab copy to do the Fulgora stuff and bring the triangle route to get the science and the rocket parts. Bring the science, get more rocket parts if needed, and bring the rocket parts to Gleba, then fly back to Fulgora. Relieving the pressure of Nauvis for the rocket parts. How is oil doing, speaking about that? 10k again, so still slightly going up. Yeah, the pollution stuff is working. You can see there's a giant bite out of this one sick red cloud behind these two nests already. Here as well, the shapes. So that's gonna be sufficient there. Okay, we need to load back into the actual game then. What time is it now? Okay, we still have time. So we're just waiting then for shooting speed 7 to restart. So I need a ship. I need the laser slab. Alright. Yeah, I have literally taped my phone to the window to get the best connection possible. So some shenanigans with going in and out have to be done. Need to research cryo signs or fast inserters will overheat. McZippy could do the rocket paths with some smart scheduling. I think it's not up to the task because the ammo replenishment is just too slow. We'll be spending more ammo. We'll be spending the ammo too quickly without replenishing it fast enough. We also don't have that much space on the ship to bring like several loads of rocket parts to not fly as often, so I don't think the zip tie can do it. Your 5G hotspot is also double-sided taped to the back window. Well, these are extreme measures. Normally I just lay it next to the window, but I think I'm parked at such an angle that the metal girder is in the way or something in the direction of the village, so I have taped it directly to the window for this one. Alright. What are we doing? Not much. Yeah, Van is okay again. Fortunately. Alright, that means I can probably afford to rebalance the inventory with the bots for once. Let's just go stand over here and see how much that does for us. Okay, there is a lot of stuff in the trash already. The intended way, look at that guys, I'm doing it right. I know how to play this game. Kind of. Times. Right, laser turrets. Alright then. So then the question is a laser slab, right? We're gonna have to do some hand feeding to get that guy up. So the question is, should we automate anything else of the ship production? And I think the answer is gonna be no. What ships do we still need? We need now the one new ship, which is a copy of an existing ship, to do the triangle route. Grab a Fulgora Nauvis. We need one personal ship to go to Aquilo. We might be good with the ship we currently have after the laser damage upgrades and flying a bit slowly. I think some of the tests were promising in that regard. So that's not really a ship. We do need a ship to... After that we no longer really need a personal ship that much. Do we? It's good to have a personal ship, I suppose. Okay, so we do need to build a copy to bring Aquilo signs. That's 2 ships, and then we need 1 ship to fly to the solar system edge, which is 3 ships, and I have no idea what is going to be on those ships, except for a lot of laser turrets. Those are a bit too expensive to automate in large supply in rare quality, so the thing is, with rare quality everything is so expensive. I don't want to have chests of stuff sitting around and then have a shortage of... Like if I have a ton of asteroid collectors sitting around and then I cannot make rare crushers or something. That is just gonna be... That's the issue here. So... yeah. Alright. Per hand feeding. Per hand feeding exact amounts again. But first of all... we need a new space platform. I guess the triangle ship. We can get a better name for that at some point. Maybe at this point. Yeah, all of the mods which I'm using have those very clear names, which describe exactly what they do. Alright. So we need to build, what a foresight. We need to build 3 more ships. I got 3 more space platform starter packs, which we made all the way in the beginning. It looks like we need exactly 3 more ships, so here it goes. Please don't mind. We make it above Nauvis, so it cannot get damaged by anything. The question is, how do I go about doing this? I can just copy one of the laser slabs. They both don't have many accumulators in the back. So how much cargo does this thing have? It has 1600 cargo slots. I didn't do any tests about... I had a variant of this ship which had a lot more accumulators at the expense of cargo base, but it looked like we were alright already. I'm just gonna keep it with all the cargo base then. We'll just copy the entire ship. Oh yeah, it's not gonna fit again. It's gonna be cut off over there. Maybe I need to use the blueprint. Do I even have a blueprint of the laser slab? Okay, looks like we're copy pasting. I don't have anything. That means we need a gas fluid wagon, so we're gonna be using yellow signs again. I think it's a temporary dip. Just like we had a temporary spike due to backed up signs. Now it's red and green signs which have to reach the end. We should be alright. Yeah, at least we're launching up the platforms. We need to wait for the ship to be built out to the back. Let's try to force building out to the back first. Alright. We need to go pretty far. We have to wait for that. It's so annoying to build large spaceships in space. In the meantime, let's make a blueprint. The calcite hauler. We'll just put it in our inventory. at least put a thruster on it so we know it's a spaceship. Put it on the bar for now, and guess we'll just do this and see what happens. I think we'll just use regular walls because we won't be having those. Guess we need one stack extra. Alright, so it is looking pretty good. We got the walls, the solar panels, the belts, accumulators, these belts. That's 80 more cargo bays. Looks like we're doing the cargo bay trick yet again. Silly me, I thought I was done with it. We do get the uncommon laser turrets, we do have the rare laser turrets, just don't have the cargo base. Space platform hub does not exist, so we do need, this is all what we need to make. That's all complete. These are not complete. All of this is complete, so only 5 items which we need to make. That's not too bad. So maybe we are upgrading to uncommon laser turrets then, because I think we've got those in stock. And wait, that's going to use more power since they shoot out further. We need regular laser turrets. Right, we can automate laser turrets, but that's gonna take a long time again. We'll probably just want to do this, but then also for laser turrets. Alright. So we got all of that. Let's get this started again, and then we'll grab the easy things, the crushers and the thruster. Thanks Eveson for the 2 years of subscriptions. 2 years, man. It's 2 years time. Time flies. Crazy to think about it. I don't feel like I started streaming 2 years ago. I guess half of the time I've been doing this playthrough. Alright, we need another 2,000 of these. We'll grab... We need more cargo base later anyway. Let's grab more. We have more in stock now. We'll grab two sets of ingredients. Alright. Steel we've got. Right, and some steel again. That's a lot of stuff, huh? Alright. I guess there's not really sense in going out while doing this. For the laser turrets, we needed how many? Like over 100. We'll need many more as well. I do have common batteries in stock. I can maybe request some ingredients up here. We'll grab too many batteries as well. So that is 50 laser turrets. That will be 400. If that all gets filled, it will be 400. Feels like more. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. That's a good sign that we have most of that in stock at least. Okay, looks like we're gonna go for another pickup. Finally some of that stuff gets spent. Okay, 1000 more. It's like half a stack of steel. These things. Ah no, we still have more than that. I think we need to wait for this to drop under 20. Okay, that's that done. Alright, now switch off trash unrequested again. Oh no. Okay, at least that is still good. I accidentally copy-pasted over my bell chests over here. I guess cargo bays are done. Let's go all laser turrets. Alright. This is gonna take slightly longer, I think. So let's work on getting that one rare thruster. That should be easy. 10, 10 and 5. Right, rear thruster. Guess the lasers can get another resupply. The thruster. We had a bunch of crushers. Some rare ones, some not rare ones. Guess we're making those with quality as well. But we are missing... We don't need the crushers, at least. Where is the ship? Let's do this. None of this is gonna get automatically delivered. I got those crushers in here, the rare ones. We don't need those anymore. Those were for Vulcan purposes. That's actually all obsolete. Especially for this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crushers are here. That's 2 rare ones and 3 normal ones. And I think we got like 4 normal ones in the back. So we just need 4 normal ones. And we don't even need these. Yeah, the thruster goes in there. Yeah, let's keep this filled. Okay, that's the cargo base for sure. Getting at least some rare ones out of that. We need 80. Oh, we already had 30 apparently. Right. Cargo base for the rest of the ships as well. Last stuff for the lasers. That's one save. Thanks Crazy Canis for the Prime subscription as well. We need carbon on Glabber for the carbon fiber. The carbon fiber is only used for... It's only used for non-sciencey stuff, at least until Prometheum science requires the quantum processors. So I don't see us building a huge amount of that. Apart from what we need probably from getting some fusion reactors. For the solar system edge ship, I suppose. We are gonna research the technology, so we might as well make a couple. Common quality will probably do. Right? Batteries can have off again. Pretty sure we already have the required amount of lasers we need. Alright. And it's just the 4 common crushers. How do you even make one? Probably also some electric engine shenanigans. Steel, electric engine units and low density structures again. And we need common quality. We're not gonna need that many. Unless we're gonna do Space Casino while we still can. I already forgot again. And electric engine units. Oh, we don't have that many of those laying around, at least not regular ones again. Maybe I should be adding those. We need some rocket silos on... Oh, I do have those. Alright, we do have those. I did have that foresight at least. This is done. So it's crusher time. And that's a simple and feed away. If we don't need any rare crushers, later on that's gonna be all the crushers we'll need for the remaining 3 ships as well. And like I said, I don't want to stash rare ingredients. Okay, we got 1 rare crusher at least. Right, and these are done as well. 1 rare, couple tens of normal ones, and a couple uncommons. So just throw it in the active provider chest, and that is our spaceship right there then. And all I need to do now is send it up to space. We do require some other stuff, like a stack of repair packs as well. Those get delivered. And I guess an additional stack of space platforms would be good to have. I will grab those from the other chest. And let's just throw everything in there. Alright, ship collected. So now we get to do the ho merry dance of sending up incomplete stacks and whatnot. Easiest way is probably doing this and just putting back the chest. Now I've got 1 spaceship in my inventory. We can let most of it get sent automatically. Still launching up platforms. We haven't really wasted too much yet. I can put all my regular stacks. I can put all my regular stacks in here. Let's do that. Everything that's a full stack will get launched automatically. In these silos though. We're not doing Gleben science, so we can borrow these silos. Alright, the rest will have to manually flop into those rockets somehow. Once all the platforms are launched. It's a bit hard to see. We still need to launch up a lot of those, so that's gonna take a while. This is also taking a while. So I'm first gonna send up my incomplete stuff. Thanks Siola Ice Ferret as well for die 6 months. I have a bad time of hearing the sound through all the noise today, apparently. Why not better solar? Missing the engine? I think I got the engine. Am I missing the engine? Might be missing the engine. Triangle hauler. Yeah, modules need to be put in manually. Worst thing to do is misclicking. Alright. Then we can flick it on again. The bots will bring over the rest, which is a complete stack. And this area will be free again for other purposes, apparently. So we should be getting on pretty well. I do like that this ship has not a lot of moving parts. It's just a blob of lasers on the front, powered by inert or solar panels which just work, which don't need any fluid, any processing, nothing. They just work. They're just there, they work. And that's about it. Alright, so we're gonna get rid of this stuff, I think. And we'll have to send that stuff back down. But that is definitely stuff which is not needed. Instead of that, we could put some more laser turrets on there. Those were originally theirs anyway. Guess that might be detrimental. Cargo bay is not connected. Why did they start building from the back anyway? Okay, laser turrets are still on the way. On the way, alright. Some cargo bays. More cargo bays. Can we only receive a single? I think we can receive 3 at a time. Oh, we need the upgrade planner to do the walls, I suppose. There comes the laser turrets. These some of them. Alright. Downgrade to normal walls because we don't really believe anymore that we need them. Alright. That brings up the walls. That's the last things which are in these chests over here. So we should be pretty good. Thing is, if I put more lasers, I don't need that many lasers. All the lasers I put on there have an idle draw. which is actually detrimental to the ship at this point, I suppose. I think we can even, for the Fulgora hauler, like delete some of these side lasers over here. Since we no longer need to shoot that far out, and we no longer need that much power, that much laser power to actually shoot the asteroids. So do I do that? Delete the last line here as well. What's in there now? 4 uncommons. Alright, now we have an actual laser blob then, I suppose. That's what it is. Eight, 16. I guess that's gonna be the new formation. The rest can get sent back down to the planet. It's a little bit annoying that the ship is so incomplete at the moment. That is what happens when if I don't design ships AFK, I just rush them and I don't really want to mess with it and make it more perfect or whatever. I guess that's gonna be it for the triangle hauler. I should have a triangle of lasers perhaps. But yeah, we didn't test anything, so I'm not really gonna make major changes. So this is a no-go. For this ship, it needs to go to... first we go to Fulgora, where we want to pick up... I don't know how much science we need to pick up, but we need to pick up a lot of science. The thruster. We were missing the thruster, so indeed we do. Let's do that first because I'm gonna forget about that. I think I left my fast armor there. So where did the thruster go then? In here? I don't see it. It is in fact not in here. Is it in here? Okay, it's in here. Alright. It is just not too unsightly to not fill it up right. 36 rare accumulators if I have them, please. Okay, yeah, we do. At least we put something there, and that's actually something functional. We'll go to Johnny's silo. Okay, last one. Outer range. I can go to map view without dying. Why lasers overgunned? somebody said it couldn't be done. And then I spent the last year overcompensating by building way too many of these. Now see the error of my ways. There should definitely be 14 more apparently. I'll plop those in as well. Make the ship look full, then it doesn't look like it's a half-baked disaster. Really the last launch, I hope. No. Also some backup space platforms in case something gets destroyed. So one stack of space platforms should go in there as well. Got 11k platforms left. Alright, making sure all rockets are set again to automatically do stuff. This is Vulcan stuff. We're doing this, but 100 regular walls. We don't have any extra. Weird. So just a stack of walls then. I don't even know where I have those. So we'll let the bots figure that out. One stack, please. Oh, they're right here. Never mind then. The last launch. And now we have a backup stack of things. Alright, so now we have 1600 inventory slots or so to dedicate to stuff. Which means technically if everything was dedicated for science, it could hold 320,000 science packs. Which would be 3 hours worth of science. Okay, this is gonna fit, isn't it? So we're gonna launch up from 2 silos on Fulgora, which is about double the speed. There's about 3600 SPM of launch capacity. So we're gonna need to spend half of the time at Fulgora just waiting for science packs. And then the other half of the time we can be flying through the galaxy, bringing the science to Nauvis and bringing the rocket parts to Gleba. At 80 kilometers a second, a 15,000 kilometer journey is gonna take 3 minutes, so we'll call that 5 minutes to Nauvis, 5 minutes to Gleba, 5 minutes to Fulgora. There's a 15-minute round trip. We'll have to technically not really wait on Nauvis. We just drop the science, maybe get some more rocket parts there, but it's a single launch. So let's call it 10 minutes per planet. That means half an hour is 54,000 science per flight. So let's call that a trip once per half hour. Alright, let's go with that. That is 54,000 science packs from Fulgora. 30 min schedule. Let's call it that for now. Then we need to figure out how many rocket parts does Gleba need to bring the science home. Gleba can do 2600 SPM, I think. Let's go 2700 SPM. So divided by 1000 per launch, as we have 2.7 launches per minute on average. Each launch takes 50 things. That's 135 per minute. We have 30 minutes, so that's 4000 units which need to be delivered per half hour. They do need to fit in the silo here, which is not a given. We do get a discount though. If we upgrade the Mark III productivity modules, which we should, we need to divide it by 1.64, so it's 2500 per half hour flight. I guess 3000 is a good number then. That's also a nice common denominator. 3000 of each rocket part. 3000 blue chips is going to be 30 stacks. 3000 low density structures is 60 stacks, and then 150 stacks. 240 stacks. Does that fit? Maybe. There's the stats on this one. Uh, 280 storage slots. So we 240 slots should fit. Then there is. Why is this in here? That can go out. The bots picked it up. This might not be in the bot. Okay, no, it is in the bot area. Okay, they are picking it up, alright. So the only thing we got, the only other thing we got in here is fuel cells. So we got 40 backup slots. Okay, that sounds like a good plan. Figuring the numbers out on the go not always works, but this time it appears to be alright. So we want to be requesting 3000 of those from Fulgora. We'll be requesting 3000 of those from Fulgora. We want to be requesting 3000 rocket fuel from Fulgora. Yes, we're launching up rocket fuel. I know you can make it from bioflux. On Fulgora it's gonna get destroyed, and so are the rocket parts used to launch the rocket fuel up to Gleba. It's just gonna get destroyed anyway, so it's not really that wasteful. Alright. So on Fulgora we do want to wait not until all requests satisfied, but until at least we got 54k science packs on the ship. The other ones, we do want those, but we are not going to be waiting for those. If for some reason we cannot get those, we also want to request them from Nauvis. So can I do that? No, I can't. I need to add a new section. No, 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 stop it, no. Too late. Okay, it is flying. Alright, so we should not switch this on just yet, but we do want to get the same stuff from Nauvis. If and only if we are not getting it from Fulgora. I guess for the first trip, let's get it from Nauvis. And on Nauvis we do want to wait until all those requests are satisfied. Now these requests will already be satisfied on Fulgora most of the time. But not all of the time. The half-hour timer is gonna be decided by the science transfer over here. Alright, I can launch it up from Nauvis now because everything was full anyway. And we're not doing anything interstellar at the moment. Is my science graph messed up? Oh no, there we go. That's the end of the flat science graph. I messed up something, but what? It appears I messed up. Blue signs. That is unfortunate. That is annoying. I'll just do that. That'll quick fix the problem. Just to quickly interrupt the schedule. So this is not working. That's my mistake. Fine. That'll fix it. Just a misconnection. I guess we're gonna, once we do a yellow signs rebuild, and the entire Norwegian base rebuild, we might have a lapse in science anyway, is what I'm telling myself. But that should put us right back at 5904. That is sad. Well, how long did we last? not 10 hours. Looks like 6.5 hours and then we went wrong. This is normal. The dip switches. Dip switches. The dips when switching text. But this is not normal. Rip the dream of a consistent 5904 signs per minute from the beginning till the end. It was too good to be true. We got the stuff on board for Gleba. So here we do want to wait for all requests satisfied. We don't need anything else. We don't need to bring anything to Fulgora, most importantly. Fulgora is running independently. So after that we do want to go to Gleba. Gleba is just going to request these things from the ship. I think we need to launch that stuff off of the ship for some time, so let's just wait and like, how long should that take? Not too long. It's all gonna launch simultaneously. We have so many cargo bays. We don't have that many cargo bays on Gleba though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess 24. 24 things will have to fly out. And on Gleba we have 10, 13 cargo hatches. So that is like 2 droppings on Gleba. 30 seconds should be enough. I think we are ready to test the triangle hauler. Michael Hendricks, yeah, I know. that is the most unfortunate nickname. Are we guaranteed to get exactly what we request? No, it's the... I think you get what... you get that at a minimum and whatever. Between that and one launch more. So we launched 300 blue chips. If we have 2900, we'll end up with 3200, etc. But that's fine. So Gleba, we're gonna have to change to request more. We wanna have 3000 in stock, I suppose. We cannot have more than 3000 in stock, not really. This requests exact amount as far as I know. And that is going to fill up the cargo base unless we send better cargo base to Gleba. I guess that is going to grab everything from this ship, which was bringing this stuff over. So that one can stop bringing this stuff over now. This is just to prevent it from dropping the nuclear fuel. So that should stay. We have this ship to bring the nuclear fuel specifically. It's a bit annoying, but so be it. I think we're ready to test the ship. I guess why not fly up with the ship? Why not fly up with the ship, right? Do we want to take anything? We want to take the better productivity modules for the Gleben rocket silos. I think one stack, 48. This ship should keep going though, so I guess we'll fly with our own ship. What else? Technically we only need to upgrade 10 rocket silos. The 11th one, which we tacked on, can go. I probably want to put the rocket silos into Roboport range. We also need to flip these inserters back to input signs. I think we're gonna get rid of this last rocket silo. We should be able to fly. Let's just keep it. All right, and then this one will also add. That was bioflux before. Not really sure what. I think I just forgot to switch that off. Spoilage in here? What the heck? Sure, I suppose. Yeah, we'll travel parallel to the ship, I suppose. Why do I have stuff in my trash slots again or what? Like armor. Not really sure we're gonna need it, but let's launch it up anyway. Oh god. The Johnnies are gonna ruin everything again. I need to wait for the rocket to be ready. How can I do that from map view entirely? Ah, we are... No, we cannot. Here we go again. Ah, exactly 54k science packs. Yeah, I should... do something about that. So I guess we are flying out to Gleba ahead of time. Should be able to go faster now. Let's do a test flight. Yeah, those. That's a lot faster fuel production. So our speed is going to be faster as well. Our cruising speed now. So let's measure. I'm gonna launch 30 seconds. Oh, misclick. Back to Nauvis. What's going on? Okay, we arrived at Nauvis. Now we need to wait for the pipes to fill back up. That's slightly annoying. Also, this ship should be able to upgrade now to faster transport. That's the reason we don't need that last silo anymore, because now we can do it 20k instead of 22k, or sorry, 10k instead of 11k science per hole, but we'll keep it anyway. Alright, these are almost full now. 80, 85, and this will start backing up anytime now. Alright, it is all full, all idle. That is important for the slingshot. Try it again. The launch at 00. Let's see how long it takes to make a flight now. And if we arrive there without breaking anything. We have a good launch out of the gate. 280 kilometers a second. Now we go down to the live production, but slower than before, because the live production is higher. Asteroids starting to be denser. Alright, cruising speed almost reached, but we are almost at the halfway point, which means we'll add 20 kilometers a second again. It is looking pretty comfortable. This is a large amount of asteroids. So far, no problems, no close calls at all just yet. I can see some stuff happening. But I think it's alright. 1 minute. 1:12. 1:15, 6, 17, 18, 19. 1 minute 20, 1 minute 20 to travel between planets. That is respectable. Yeah, that's pretty good. So basically, planet hopping should never be an issue again for me anymore. Let's drop those and we'll drop ourselves as well. I did forget the request, the 54k. Alright, finally, Mark 3 productivities on Gleba. Maybe I should make a save every now and then. I'm not sure this will do anything, especially when the stuff is coming from Fulgora, the rocket parts. This will probably just mean now we are recycling more rocket parts on Fulgora, which otherwise we would be sending here, but oh well. Don't really want to upgrade this. This looks alright. Could consider adding the rocket silos to the network. Not the best look. I need more than 2 robopods to do that as well. I think we'll just we'll keep making it hard for ourselves. So we won't do that. Alright. One thing we can do is actually put a backup of this on the planet now. We should not have nothing in reserve there. Not here. Let's just put something far away. Maybe over here. And then we'll get to drop the triangle hauler ship load onto this planet here. Sure, good enough. Also, that goes in our inventory. Once Gleba is running, it is running, man. And it will never stop. That is the beautiful thing about Gleba. I'm still not saying I like Gleba. But I can see the appeal, I suppose. I don't need to do anything else here. So we'll go back to my ship. Let's launch up over Gleba. I should go in the other ship. This is not my personal spaceship. The other one which flies up over the reactor as well. We have so much important things to do. We need to bring more fish to Gleba so our fish-powered nuclear reactor is stronger. And we are neglecting to do any of those things. Alright, we've seen that before. I'm still going over the map apparently. Triangle hauler, time to fly. I guess now we are testing the triangle hauler, not before. I did say I wanted to reduce the speed slightly. $75, that is slightly right. Just to make sure we don't run out of juice. We'll be using the laser turrets like 5% slower. So accumulators have 5% more time to recharge, etc, etc. first trip to go is... Well, we are at Nauvis, but all requests are satisfied, so we'll automatically go to Gleba now. And in 30 seconds time, we should definitely be able to drop all of that stuff. How is the... Okay, we do have asteroids on the belt. And we don't have any ice asteroids on the belt. Okay, the water tank. We got a water tank here. Oh, I forgot. We need to... I need to delete my water tank. Because I need to put an ice cube in there. Okay, there we go. And that cost me a bit of water, but it was worth it. Now it is cooled. We should watch the front, perhaps. Okay, there's nothing happening. No, the important stuff is that we've got ice-cooled water tanks for the fuel and stuff on the spaceship. Makes the thrusters more efficient. With all the sidetracking, yeah, that is my ultimate goal. My ultimate goal is to sidetrack myself enough so I have time to research the mech armor before we go to Aquilo. That is secretly the goal in the back of my head. Hey C-Rex, you got some extra channel points. Triangle hauler is trawler. Sure, mate. The trawler, I don't even... Does that mean anything? Or is it just a funny word? Funny word. The trawler. I hope I'm not saying demonetizable things now. I didn't know. Alright, this is a much slower trip. That's alright. We need to fly once per half hour. Could fly once per 15 minutes if that turns out to be good, or once per 20 minutes or something. But we should be losing all of our cargo right now, because we completely emptied out the... Yeah, we completely emptied out the cargo bay on Gleba. Why is this not getting outserted? Okay, there it is. Yeah, I cannot cancel this anymore. Weird. How did that spoilage get in the rocket part? How did it get in there anyway? How is it even possible? How did that get in there? That's the slot for rocket part. And it is made from non-spoilable things. How did a spoilage get into that area in general? That is very weird. Let's watch the cargo. It should disappear and we should fly out. Does it go immediately? I think it goes in 2 sessions. Stop that Gleba. There goes a bunch. That was all the rocket fuel first. 30 seconds and counting. Okay, there goes the rest. So the 30 seconds is enough, but not much less than that. Ship is empty, so it will continue to fly on to Fulgora. Let's follow it. For no real reason. Let's just follow it. The trawler should now have a full belt of ice as well. Okay, we're throwing overboard everything. That's good. We will be faster than the trawler for sure. Trawler is a fishing. I'm gonna have to look that up. Like fish boat. Okay, we should definitely bring over some fish to boat Gleba and Aquilo with the trawler. I don't think this ship... Maybe this ship can go to Aquilo, actually. With a slow enough speed, I think it can do it. I think we are already about there. I don't think I need to do anything on the planet anymore, actually. But everything should just go automatic, so Fulgora is now switched off. It will switch on again. That's an actually important moment. Fulgora will switch on again. And that's actually going to... We're going to go back into Gleben technology after this. Which means we probably should start using... start sending Gleben science over to Nauvis again. "12 minutes before this completes. We need to have the science on Nauvis after those 12 minutes though, so... Shouldn't send it too early, but also not too late. And the trawler is arriving at Fulgora to start the 30-minute cycle during which the rocket parts get consumed. Actually, that cycle starts when we leave Gleba already, so we should be good. As long as we are not interrupted. That's gonna go well. Oh wait, we don't need to wait indefinitely. We need to know how much time it takes to load up those 54,000 science packs. We need a or time pest condition of probably like 15 minutes then, that's half the time. That is 54 launches from 2 rocket silos is 27 simultaneous launches. At 2 launches per minute almost. It's gonna take a lot of time to launch. It's gonna take a lot of time to launch that. Okay, we're arriving on Fulgora, that means this should launch now. There we go. Something is not right. Something is very much not right. I think something is very much wrong with... with this splitter contraption over here. I need to add like draw off each side of the belt things off of that thing. We were not backed up because of Holmium backing up. We were backed up for some other reason. So that is not good. Alright, we do have a reason to drop down to the planet. Man, things are falling apart. Things are starting to fall apart. This has not been a good stream for consistency. We got the science dip due to a dumb mistake, and Fulgora was not backed up because of Holmium, but because of near side and far side of the belt shenanigans. The bane of every mega base fell for it again. Need those things and some bots. Okay. What is going wrong? I'm gonna need my armor down as well. The slower one. Okay, not all is lost. We don't need the science pack just yet, so we're fine. 8 minutes. I think it's time to start launching signs up. So to do so, I think the best way is to this ship, just send it to Nauvis. I'm not requesting anything from Nauvis except for fuel cells. And then on Gleba, flip the switch and let the rocket silos be loaded again. Alright, and by the time the ship comes back, the 11 rocket silos should be loaded with fresh signs. We need to keep an eye on that. Condition on Nauvis. All requests satisfied. There are no requests to satisfy. Except for this one. So it should come back immediately. Let's grab the other armor. So we're drawing these low density. Come on. We're drawing these low density structures of only one side of the belt. That is blocking all of this from flowing. Which backs up everything. We were almost backed up because of holmium, but not quite. It's a little bit dangerous because we should also be launching from here, right? I know. Now we're launching from here as well. That is at least gonna stash some more blue chips in there. So that's the Gleben rocket parts launching up to the trawler. On the way 600, so that's also gonna get launched up. Right, we still have time to restore this. So what I need is basically these things. Looks like I don't have red belts. We need to keep an eye on if we can keep scrapping all of this stuff. Because now all of this is going to come in. So we want one for... We need to puzzle this out a bit. Because somebody made that way tighter than it needs to be. That's the way it's going to have to fit in there. Which means don't have any of that. I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot somehow. We need to belt weave our way out of there a bit. Alright, that fits. Okay, so what this does is it will make sure we're grabbing low density structures of both sides of the belt. But why is this not flowing? This is the entire culprit. My fancy splitter thing is not working. Alright. That is kinda dumb. Guess I can still get the throughput. If we get a green belt in there. Yeah, the weird belt of blues and it's a red belt side loading onto a green, so that is why I thought it would be alright. I did not expect that belt to get backed up ever, because we are trashing it. But this is the culprit over here. That's not helping. And we got some same shenanigans going on here. So why is this not working? Why is this not flowing through? I mean, it's an easy fix, but I want to know why it's not flowing through there. I guess both rocket fuel and low density structures get stuck in the top part of the splitter. If I would do this, now it's flowing through. So I guess we're doing this then. Okay, do we have a similar problem over here with blue chips? I don't think so, because this is just a normal switcheroo. But this was a two-step switcheroo, which caused all of that to get stuck. Here, nothing goes in here except blue chips. Nothing goes in here. Here. Rocket fuel and low density structures got in. So it can still back up, right? If this doesn't move. No, it does not back up. Okay, that's good then. Okay, so this thing was flawed. Oh god. We are arriving on Nauvis with the science now, so we are slightly too late. That's another dip in science. But we had one already, so now we no longer need to be sad. I guess. I hope we connected the Gleben science belt alright. There comes all the Gleben science. That goes on the belts. Onto the green belt, because it's a green science pack, alright. That's why it's a green belt, it only needs to be blue. Eventually it will all be green. Here we did get one of those take equally from both sides of the belt balancers. In case it gets backed up. 11 science goes to the labs. Guess we go first to the top one. And we're researching. Alright. A lot of bad timing. And now we're running the risk that this will get backed up. How's it going with the new ship, trawler? We are launching up rocket fuel still. This is all full. Science pack 32k. Alright, we need to measure how long it takes approximately between launches, I suppose. Let's see when we hit 200. Alright, about 16 seconds. We're not quite launching 2 rockets per minute. 16. When will we hit 1k again? Already 20 seconds gone. $30 seconds. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 40 seconds, 41. Let's say 42 seconds. 42 seconds because that's the answer to everything. That's gotta be correct. Which means, how long does it take to launch up these science packs? 54,000 divided by 2,000 per double launch, so 27 launches times 42 seconds is 18.9 minutes, but we actually need the answer in seconds. Okay, that is not good actually, that is not good at all. That means we only have 6 minutes to complete the flight to Nauvis, Gleba and back to Fulgora to adhere to our schedule. So yeah, this is why I usually test stuff beforehand. The numbers seem to work out pretty well, but now we got a problem. And that problem is we're spending too much time on Fulgora. This would not have been a problem with the other spaceship design. The curse splitter contraption was actually cursed this time. So yeah, we should get the 54k signs on board just before that passes. I don't think we'll be back in time though. Wait, 600 seconds? No, it's 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes then to fly around. Well, that might just be enough. What did I say again? It's a 45,000 kilometer flight. To do the round trip. Divided by 80 kilometers a second, I guess 75. 600 seconds. Okay, we're going back up to 80 kilometers per hour. We only need to drop off. We technically don't need to wait on Nauvis to get these things ever. That is just a backup. Just a backup in case we are not grabbing the science pack. Let's change this to equal or more, so we can see how it fills up. It should jump ahead, right? You should jump ahead of the timer. We just counted, it was 42 seconds. Come on, make the jump. Jump. That's not gonna make the jump, is it? It's about there. I guess we're waiting for it anyway. Starship. We're gonna have to go faster. There's no other way. 85 miles an hour. I don't know how fast this ship can go anyway. Actually. I don't know what the top speed is. We're gonna go top speed. Don't have the... Let's go top speed. It might be faster to not go top speed with the thruster efficiency and whatnot. Because this thing can speed up almost 200 fuel a second while making only 117. I guess we gotta keep it somewhat efficient. Let's check how it's going with the thrashing. Okay, the thrashing is looking alright, it's not reaching far just yet. These belts are flowing. No longer stuck. I guess I also should add one of those to the batteries, especially after it merges over there. These batteries. Actually gonna put that in there, kind of asymmetrical. Let's first undo the regular damage we did. Just to fill it up. Sure. That also ensures that the batteries get drawn from equally left and right. So batteries is the other thing that could potentially back up. These are alright to back up, but these and these should keep flowing. Stone is backed up, but stone is not going to go anywhere else. And the overflow stone is going to get trashed, so this belt is flowing, so that's alright. So now we are actually backed up through holmium, which is the idea of the entire build. This side will take longer to get backed up, that's alright. Too much troubleshooting. I shouldn't do that. Because if the holmium isn't flowing, then the batteries aren't flowing. And the rest isn't flowing. Hand feeding bad on Fulgora, believe it or not. Bad. Don't hand feed. Do not do it. Oh man. So bad. Is the ship already gone? Ship is gone. I didn't get to see if it made the 1200 second remark. Thruster is going at high efficiency most of the time. That's not quite true, we're just pumping it in there. Okay, so what is the top speed of this thing anyway? I don't think it's much faster than this. Yeah, we're topping out right there already. Alright, this entire design is not great then. I mean, it can do it. It would be solved if I just add more rocket silos, but you know, I cannot just do that. The rocket silos are... I can make them faster, but the loading is the problem with these inserters. Of course, there are slight optimizations to be made, or we could use bots to load them from the chests instead, but it's the same design that is working on Vulcan, so I kind of want this here as well. But if the ship is going to have to sit in orbit above Fulgora for 2/3 of the time, we need a faster ship. That means I should have used the other one. That's kinda meh. I guess we'll observe a bit more before getting off of the planet. But this guy should be already arrived at Nauvis. And I forgot to request science down to Nauvis as well. So we... didn't send it. That means I should request 54,000 signs at a time. If we're doing that this way. Which means the signs for EM signs is going to get a bit bigger, but we need to draw empty the ship in one go, basically. We've got enough cargo base here. We've got enough cargo base on the ship, so there's that. But man. Trawler. Weird how chat didn't mention the inserter which must not be named. Everybody's conditioned already. Fast inserters don't exist. Man, this is one of the worst streams in the series so far, at least for me not messing things up. Like on a grand scale. I kinda wanna throw this entire stream in the trash and recycle it until it becomes a better quality stream. Nice in team with Fulgora. I probably won't do that for the stream, but I'm definitely going to do that for the edit, because it's costing enough time to edit the series as this, so I don't want to add too many unnecessary dwellings. Not dwellings. Like dead-end paths, I suppose. It's just gonna take too much time. Blech. Blech. That's what I feel about it. 75% chance the stream disappears and will be deleted from my YouTube channel forever. I like my chances there. That means Sunday we'll have a stream exactly the same as this one, except we're doing this right. That's also kind of sad. Yeah, I have to think about how to handle it. Why is there a gap in there? What the heck is that? The more streamer fails, the better the stream. I not necessarily agree with that. I mean, some types of streams are all about the streamer failing and you laughing at the cost of the streamer. I don't think... maybe this is one of those as well. But I like to think that it's not one of those. It does seem to be flowing alright again, with Holmium being the bottleneck, holding up everything else. And I missed the trawler. These kind of things. I'm missing all the important moments because things are not going to plan. So I start looking what is going wrong, and then I miss the next important moment. I didn't see what happened. Now I don't know, is this ship fast enough, and all that kind of shenanigans. There are no answers, there are just questions this stream. Forgot to drop the signs. We didn't spend that many parts on Gleba. It's mostly probably because Gleba was late to get started. If there are no bad streams, there wouldn't be any good streams. Should I do this over for the stream as well? What do you guys think? I mean, I'll make the blueprints this time. I would make the blueprints this time to get it done quickly and correctly. Or should I just keep it and roll with it? This tree makes me look human. Keep going, don't think so. Alright, then we'll roll with it. Right, that is... Oh, that was 11 signs. Let's miss the trawler arriving at Fulgora. It's not gonna do much, it's just gonna request. We have the signs on board still, so... Oops. That will work now. Wait, will it? I guess I gotta look back at the stream. We just arrived. What time did we leave Fulgora? Is that more than 10 minutes ago or not? If somebody wants to look back, did we leave Fulgora before 38:30? 38 minutes, 30 seconds, something like that. If we left after that, the schedule is good. If we left before that, then it's not good. I think you should restart if you value the consistent SPM. Did we reset byte revolution? No, every surface has its own evolution, and it's not relevant here, but it is displayed anyway. Alright. I'll make it the end of stream save there. Okay, so Fulgora will work itself out. The signs will back up, especially now that we did this. It's not important that it was backed up from the beginning. We are not researching anything just yet. This is fine. Next, Gleben tech. Should be okay as well. This one, we already have space lines, so that should go good as well. And there's no Vulcan signs involved here. No purple, still no Vulcan signs. Actually, that has time as well. Now we somehow gotta get the yellow signs on Nauvis set up in less than 3 hours. Like I'm saying, the tech pace is brutal, man. I cannot keep up with the insane tech pace in this playthrough. Somehow, I cannot. Okay, at least Fulgora seems to be working. It seems also that now that we're actually using the blue chips, sending them to Gleba and using them for rocket parts to launch up signs, we are not actually trashing that much. So this might be overbuilt, but if it backs up, it will back up completely, so it has to be overbuilt. Right, no blockages here anymore. Thanks good old Sebastian for the Prime subscription. So the trawler is just requesting these things. Did somebody look back? We can just send it once more. It left Fulgora for the first time 9 minutes ago. 9 minutes? 9 minutes is on the correct side of 10 minutes. Alright, we can send it once more. Just to be sure. We'll speed up the game. This time I will request the signs to Nauvis. Let's speed it up. We'll go... We're still waiting for rockets to arrive. Okay, so we'll have to wait for that. Let's do request signs on Nauvis. Wait, we are requesting signs on Nauvis. Did we just not have time? Because I don't have... Wait a sec. We should have dropped the signs on Nauvis. At least I think. Okay, we need to at least set like a tiny stop. This should be a single drop event, but maybe we just need like 5 seconds or so. I don't know. I thought it would just work if it has a stop condition. We'll just drop it in passing. I'm not even sure that is what I did now. I'm really confused. Right. We'll launch at 55. Still waiting for rocket to arrive. So we cannot launch. On the way 300. 200. Okay. Back to Nauvis, back to here. Pulse. I'll leave it 57 flat to not get confused. What's the first EM science research? Planet Aquilo. Or the mech armor. Alright, 7 flat. Sped up time. We are going 85. And now I won't mess with the settings during the flight. Once we arrive on Nauvis, nothing should happen except us dropping the signs. We are requesting it. We do have space. I don't know why it didn't drop in the first place. Why did I do that? That's a good question. Okay, we're halfway. You can look how long one leg takes. That's 2 minutes and counting. It does seem to be more than 3 minutes in total for a single leg of the flight. That screams already more than 10 minutes then. Maybe it is exactly 9 minutes. It is 3 minutes flat. 3 minutes 4. Okay, now all the signs goes. We literally have 0 signs on board and we're off to the next planet. On Gleba, I might need to increase the number of cargo bays on Gleba so that it can receive all of these tags at the same time as well. It is 24 lines, I believe. So now we're waiting half a minute. It could be just a couple seconds. If that is if that's going to be the difference between making it and not making it, I'm gonna change that. Okay, speed it up. Forgot that we were speeding it up. Alright, so I think we're just about gonna be making it. Even with the longer wait on Gleba. We should arrive then about 6 minutes and 10 seconds in or so. Alright, we are faster this time. Oh, I know why. Because the ship still had speed. We're waiting for the 30 seconds to pass. And we're gonna probably send out another shipment of stuff. Maybe not, actually. No, we're not. Alright, we're off again. But we do have time to send off the second shipment. Alright, we're gonna arrive then in time, just in time. Okay, the ship is then officially approved. We have the half-hour turnaround time. It takes half an hour to produce 54,000 science packs and consume them. 2/3 of the time we're waiting to receive that science. Maybe slightly longer. But when are we arriving? Exactly. It doesn't appear we get any damage or whatever. We should take a look at the accumulator charge actually around this stage. Doesn't seem to have dipped like incredibly far. Now we're looking two things. How far do the accumulators fall? What time do we arrive? 50 seconds to go before the 10 minutes are up. Okay, accumulator. We are looking good for the accumulators. So 28 seconds to spare. 28 seconds to spare on the half-hour round trip. Oh, and probably less. Probably slightly less. Because it did kind of look like we need more than 42 seconds. For a science pack cycle. Maybe it was for this. We need one extra launch sequence count. Add that. Let's take a look on the schedule. So So now we have 2000 on board. We get the next 2000. Are we gonna jump ahead of that 1200 second marker or not? The green pixels, come on. Yeah, they jump ahead. They did jump ahead of the 1200 second marker. Of course, the first rocket is preloaded, so I guess we have to. I'm gonna test that off cam. That's gonna take too long. That's just 20 minutes of waiting around. Okay, we're not gonna do that. Thanks, good old Sebastian, for the Prime subscription. All right, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it there. We did make the end of stream save already. If launch before 27 minutes, ship is good. I'll leave this running and I'll open the next stream with that probably then. If I can refrain myself from just replaying the part which went wrong off cam, fixing the mistakes ahead of time, and I might do that. We'll see how it goes. Because this was a mess. I mean, it still happened. You're still here. I'm still human. You can get the human part and I can get the OCD part for my edit later on. And this next stream is going to be Sunday after the Formula 1 race. Because of course I'm going to watch that. That's going to be a thing. So I don't know exactly when it is. So it's Sunday later in the afternoon, European time zone. You just got here. You're gonna need to stream for another 46 hours. I think the van battery will not last. Gotta find some way to recharge it before Sunday again. The weather is atrocious. Approximately like you see on the screen right now. Alright, so apologies for the weird stream flow. At least the connection stayed good once I started to screw up personally, so there's that. Maybe that's the key. Take one more peek, but take one peek. The timer thing is going fairly equal. Okay, we might be ahead. Alright. I think the ship is good. The ship is gonna be good. I think we had some hiccups in the delivery as well. Yeah, I think we're gonna be good. We're gonna be ready before the 1200 seconds. Alright, then the ship is good. We don't need to fix anything. Thanks everybody for watching. I hope you had a good time. Better one than me. And I'll see you all next time.